Sound test 1 2. Sound test 1 2. Sound test 1 2. Sound test 1 2. Alright, that works. This one? Sound test 1 2. 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 Yeah, thanks Overseer. I'm just trying to see if I can work out the white noise, which is also sadly loud and clear. Work out the white noise, which is also sadly loud and clear. That just made it worse, never mind. So this one's bad. This one sounds good, but... So this one's bad. This one sounds good, but... Alright, that's also good on stream. Yeah, the mic is terrible, but I'm trying to do as much as I can to alleviate the problem. The mic is terrible, but I'm trying to do as much as I can to alleviate the problem. Alright, well that sounds very reasonable. I think I'm still going to stick with this one. Let's see how that sounds on stream. I'm going to unmute. I think I'm still going to stick with this one. Let's see how that sounds on stream. I'm going to unmute. I think I'm still going to stick with this one. Alright, so now we apply this one. Alright, so now we apply this one. Alright, well I think that's it guys. Let's see, desktop. So now you guys can actually see what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, all 7 of you that are here, welcome back to the Executor Build live stream, where we are going to be hopefully making some good progress. I hope that wasn't too loud. I hope my mic levels are a little bit better than they were. I'm also going to turn on some music. This time hopefully some music that is not going to flag the video for deletion on YouTube, because the first part of the VOD of the first stream was deleted due to apparent copyright infringement. Apparently I tried to make money off of this or something, which I didn't, but YouTube decided I was doing it anyway, and they then deleted the video. So I'm going to be this time listening solely to the Skyrim soundtrack, which I think is very fair because the Skyrim soundtrack is quite good, as is all Elder Scrolls music, of course. Shit happens a lot with YouTube. Yes, sadly it does, but hey. They need to they need to start getting that shit in order, because if you're on top of the tree, like YouTube is in terms of video producing websites, you do need to keep being on top, and this sort of shit does make people switch to other platforms. Anyway, this is where we left off in the Executor last time. I'll do a quick pan around. We first built the top armor, we then built the bottom armor, and we angled them properly. We then filled in the trench details with a repetitive pattern, which if I can rotate the camera, if you look very closely you can see that this is a repeating pattern. But if we now go to perspective and we change this to a realistic field of view, that'd be 90. We apply to active view. You can very clearly see that in game you are never ever going to see that this is a repeating pattern. I also noticed yesterday when I was after stream looking at my Executor. Let me switch that back to 45. It was 45. Apply to active view. Okay. I thought, damn, this Executor looks a lot wider than the other ones I find on the internet. Why is that? And then I remembered that's because the 3ds Max viewport, which is this program, is set to a field of view that is 45 degrees. And if we set that to a realistic amount, for example 90 or 100, and we apply to active view, then suddenly that problem no longer exists. Since now it again looks like a very long and thin dagger. Sadly, when I go to orthographic view and perspective again, it resets back to 45, which I personally don't like, but actually I might be able to set that in preferences, who knows. Viewport. No. It wouldn't be here. Level of undo set at 500, which is good. Alright. Can someone confirm my audio levels? Actually, I can just mute myself for a second and the music, and I can just listen to the stream for a second. Hang on. Levels. Actually, I can just mute myself for a second and the music, and I can just listen. Alright, well, that actually sounds pretty good. If people still think the music is too loud, just give me a call in chat, and I'll change it a little bit. Alright, so yesterday, or 2 days ago, when we left off, I was trying to fill in this forward section here with a little bit of greebling. Only I don't think that looks quite as good as it should, because I was getting really tired at that point. I can normally model for 10 hours straight, sometimes more, but I have to say that talking at the same time, the whole 5 hours, does make it a little bit more tiring than I'm used to. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete this, and we're going to redo all of the rest, because I'm not happy with this. Actually, never mind, I can just change these coordinates. U, and then U the exact same, only without the minus. And then we symmetry the whole thing. Different axis, and then symmetry the different side. We convert back to editable poly, and we should now, again, have this set up properly. Yes. Good. Alright. Let's get going, shall we? The first thing I want to do is make a small panel that fills in this massive black spot. I am going to use these for that purpose. I think I'm going to stick here. Connect these edges so that we inset, that we create these vertexes. Vertexes. I always get that word wrong. Let's see, this doesn't have any smoothing groups. No. And now we see if this matches. Actually, we can just do this. Almost. I could use this line, but I don't trust that to be exactly parallel. Alright, good enough. Now we have a very small piece here that breaks up the monotony of the rest. Though it is very thin, I'm not sure if that's going to be visible in game. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this slightly higher. Like so. And then I'm going to continue building. I could actually just detach this part and keep working on it. I might actually do that. But I do want to keep these through here. Maybe worth doing that first. Yes, I think I agree with that. Specifically you. same thing up here. Actually, is that the bottom one? Yes. Close enough. Then we are going to create a few vertices along here and along here. And we do the same thing at the bottom. Here and here. We deselect you and we deselect you. We move them here. What are these coordinates? Is that not correct? Ah, they're in different coordinates, of course. They themselves are in different coordinates, and when you set the coordinates for multiple vertices, it automatically picks the middle of all the vertices. So, I just set them individually. And now that should work. Red 9 music is alright. Yeah, I thought so. Alright, so let's see. Then I want you to be a little bit closer. This is going to be like this in a while. A little bit. We're going to copy this coordinate. We're going to set it here. We're going to manually move you over the line. I think that fits. Now we need a box. This one will do. Actually, I might just as well copy both of them. I need to remember to do this for both of them at the same time. So can I automatically pick... Is this the same? I think so. Yes. Let's make this 45 degrees. Seems about right. Over. We make them slightly thicker, so they reach. It might be too thick, but I'm not sure. We'll try. We'll try, guys. We'll see. I already like that more, I think. Yes, I do. We do lose this little piece here, but that can be remedied quite quickly. Put this closer. Put this up here. Which one do I need? This one. Okay. I also need to do that for the bottom. As you said, I need to remember to use the scaling tool for that. This is good enough. Let's see, it was the rear, I think. Alright. So let's see what we have now. It's very wide here. Not sure if I like that. Let's try something. Why does this not match with this? It's because these don't match. That's not actually that bad. Okay. I'm going to stick to this. Let's first re-triangulate to ensure these things don't happen. So, actually I might make it a little bit less. Because right now this seems exactly the same as this, and then you start noticing the repetition. I don't like that personally. Might as well just make it. Okay. And then let's see, where do we go from there? Do we do a single large structure along the bottom? I think that would look good. About this big. No, we move it not down because we need that angle. Then we do this, and we do this. We stretch this out. We move this up here. We move this up here. And then we lower the whole thing again. I might as well make this here. I can put something on the bottom. Yes, I can. Of course, of course. Simply make an edge here, make an edge here, and then we make more edges in between here and here. Move these vertexes here. Vertices. By the end of the Executor build, I'll know how to say it right. Like that. Later. Oh, wait, that didn't do it. One of you. You here. You here. And now we have created a little thing here. Don't actually know what it is. We can make it into something. Let's move on the edge down here. You're fine. Where you are. We select normal. Copy coordinates. Copy these coordinates. I can't help but notice this is in 0. Which, depending on which. It's this one. That is this side, isn't it? Yes. That means if I were to delete this for reference, as I go to symmetry, symmetry along the correct axis, you're probably going to have multiple vertices here. No, we did not. Why? Ah, because the, well, threshold was set up correctly. Okay. Not sure if I like that. Let's see. I think that was too much. Although we could make something in the middle here. That would not look bad. Yeah, is better. Extrude by 0. Set this here. Make it slightly larger. Maybe not. Maybe only very slightly. Okay, set this up here. Make it thinner. You and you. Let's see if I can do this in one go. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I still wonder how I do it sometimes. That's truly not to sound like, oh, I don't know how I did it either. But I honestly sometimes don't. I look at my ships, a few specifically, and I'll be like, wow, I started this from a box. Why does this not run along edge? No idea, but then I'm not going to screw with it. Let's put this in a proper position. Not sure if there is a proper position. You can go like so, and then you can maybe go in an angle. A little bit of variation. The eye enjoys that. I think that's good. And then we copy this, put it along here. Does this have a rear face? No, it does not. That is excellent. We set this in here. We do that. No. Had not considered that. Okay. Change of plans. Had also not considered that. We can fix this. We can do something with this. Not to worry. I am a little bit more tired than a few days ago, so not going to be that talkative today. Plus, as I found out when streaming the first time, talking for a long time is actually really tiring. So now this should... Okay. Now it should just be a box. Yes. It saves pulleys to put it on one side, or to put it in the middle, but that does increase UVW space. And if we start considering that now, we might be able to save on significant texture resolution later. Not sure if that's worth considering just yet. Might be. Simply put it in here. What size is this compared to? Good enough. In fact, even put it in here. Whatever that does. The only thing that does is look bad. Unless we were to do this. Why this? Because there is no edge there. Alright. Copy coordinates, constraint to nothing. Set the coordinates. Ah, see? Can you even put a little something here? Do we like this or do we not? I mean, it's a nice forward lookout post. I guess we could even stretch this back. Stretch this back very far. Not that I will, but I might just stick to here. I'll put a little box or something on top. Extrude. How about that? Too thick. No. Delete. Then we turn around, which is kind of a problem at the front of the ship because it turns around the middle of the grid, which is centered here. So every time I have to turn around, I kind of have to move the entire screen. You don't have that issue in smaller ships, obviously, but this one is quite large. And then we're going to set it here, and perhaps a little bit smaller. Up to here. Symmetry, correct axis, and the correct side. No. That looks too much like a bunch of boxes stacked together. And I actually want to not make it look like a bunch of boxes stacked together. Even though they are, but the trick is to make it seem like they're not. And I'm terrible at that. See if we can do something about it. No, it's the height, not the width. Height is good. I don't see the issue. Why does it still look bad? Because not enough angles like this. And there are a few angles here, but not so much. There are many here though. Ah, and this looks flat, that's why this looks wrong. Right. See if we can create a similar angle. Close enough. How about this? Better, but... Ooh. Right, I got it. Okay. See, sometimes you have to try some things before you find what works. And now comes the part where I have to wing it, because I can't just... Actually, I can do it from one side. You and you. Keep the others. Okay. And this side. Now I have to turn around again. Camera switch. I have to say the music isn't helping with waking me up. If you guys have any questions or something, and if you post them in the chat, I'll get to them. Now that looks a lot better. Damn. It's not great, but it looks better at least. Centurion? Yes, exactly. That shit. I'm kind of happy with that. It looks like some kind of observation point. Yeah, that's kind of what it is, I think. What I wanted it to be anyway. See if I can bring up the Centurion. War, data, models, Centurion. Should be along Republic. I think I gave it that name. Somewhere there. Zenith, Trooplander, Raven. Pretty much all Warp Nulls models. All of them modified at least 3 times. That's the Centurion. That's a ship from... you can recognize where I got the idea from the Titan hangar. Or for the Titan hangar. This is a ship from the Old Republic era. I think it looks pretty good myself. I like it a lot. I like the model a lot, personally. I built this a few years back, and I'm still really happy with how this turned out. In fact, I was so happy with it that I might even make it the flagship of one of the heroes in Empire World Remake. I was thinking... It wouldn't make any sense, but... I was thinking Zam instead of his aggressor with the massive blast cannons. Would certainly be unique, but it wouldn't fit. Where are we in the list? We've at least gone through it once. Okay. Let's get back to it. We could make this as wide as we want, but the wider we make it, the smaller the whole thing looks, which... Yeah, I think this is best. We could try set this at an angle. Nope, that looks terrible. Okay. Doesn't look bad. Particular trench detail. Let's see if we can find a nice picture. Should be here somewhere. I know what I'm looking for, so. This is where I based my superstructure detail off of, the trench template thing. This. It was based off this picture specifically, because this picture is so much better than all the rest. Like if you look at this, can't see shit. If you look at this, well, I mean you can see something. But the lighting here really makes it easy to distinguish between the detail. Can we not have that picture? What's this? Is this superstructure? Yes. Ah, that's how they built it. Going to build mine differently. What if we just type Star Destroyer trench detail? That's also partially what I based it on, by the way. Only another different picture with better quality than this. Oh wait. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. What do we have here? Not the greatest quality to work with, but... So we have this, then we have a bunch of stuff on the sides, which you also have... We don't have that observation, but... It all builds from the bottom to the top. There is no overlapping part, like the observation deck. Which makes me think. Does this look better? It might. We can go one step further. Now this looks too empty. Can build something in here and then make it attached down there. Small box. No, that looks too simple. That'll just look like stacked boxes again. Can do if we can build multiple pillars. And then maybe attach the bottom. To cover this. To make this look good. Okay. I think that's what I'm going to do. So then first we need a face. This face. No, this'll do. We just still need the bottom. Okay. So then we make it a little bit wider. We create. No? Let's bring you in an area where we don't have background here. We connect twice. And then we connect twice again. We go up. Place this down. Let's see, how wide do I want to make this? Not that wide. Not that long either. Has to cover this at least. But it can do so from here. And it can't because of this. That's not a problem, we just move this whole thing forward. Ever forward. Okay. Now move this here, and we attach these. One side only this time. Ah, that might look bad. Let's see if we do this. It still will look bad. Will it? I already know it will, but it's worth testing. Yes. So what if we, instead of having one gap in the middle, we have one pillar? Which we can do from here. Attach you once. Necessarily. Not a poor idea, but it is a poor implementation of it. Don't want to go too far. Can even make this one lower than the other. Can even lower the whole thing, actually. How about this? Okay, but what if we go around? Cover this whole thing. I think that'll look good. Like so. We get you farther up here. No, we won't do that. Not like that. But we can... Yes, we'll just do that. Okay. Once the ship is done, all of this will be worth it. For now, it may look boring and tedious. But trust me, that's just deception. Ah yes, now give 2 more. Set it to the same coordinates. Deselect this face, move this up. Here? What? Why did that not work? Ah, we run into that issue. Let's see. Could of course do it the other way around. Of course, you know. Put this forward instead of the rear, which we can put here. Like so. We could even select these edges. Okay, good. And then do the same thing again. Constrain to edge. Set in the exact same location. Make this smaller. Experiment with this again. Or do we like the other one more? No. Let's see. Put this at an angle. No, I like it in 90 degrees. The 90-degree angle, which if you aren't aware of, this is a 90-degree angle. This is an angle which is the amount of degrees between one point, and this is exactly 90. There's also a angle in this point here. You can't see it, but there is also a point here, and this angle is 180 degrees, which means it's a straight line. If there is a straight line, then the angle is 180 degrees, and if there is a 180 degrees angle, then there is a straight line. These things in God, I always forget the name. No. Goniometry. Geonometry. I don't know what the English word is. But that's a given in the things of the maths. Okay, we'll do this. Now I have that. That's annoying and unintentional. Let's see if we can do better. We can do better. this here. Here, put manual. No. Yes? No. No. Then we will do it like so. Oh, the sleeping music. This is terrible. God, Skyrim, don't do this to me. Oh no. Okay, fuck it. We're sticking with this, guys. I needed to stay awake. Okay, so what do we have right now? Let's save. Every time you're going to be clicking that combination of buttons specifically, and then that icon appears on the screen, I am saving the build. And as I have explained yesterday on stream, and for those who weren't there, 3ds Max does have a anti-idiot feature, which is called Auto Back, which will preserve 3 saves of your current build every, I think it was 5 minutes that it saves. Actually check. Preferences. There should be some auto back thing there. Files. Here's some files in name 10. Backup interval. Auto backup. Enable, of course. You never ever ever want to disable. Number of autoback files, 3. In fact, we might... Nah, I've never had 3 not be enough. Why not? I have the space in my hard drive, so why not? Why take the risk? Why take the risk? One from here up till there, and then we have to say this is enough detail for this place. Otherwise we are going to just have too many polys. It's strange to instrument. Try to not make it thinner than this part. This and this are going to be the absolute minimum width of edges that I'm going to build on this ship. Because if we go much thinner, then you are actually just not going to see, and that is wasted potential. Wasted potential as in that detail could be in polys that you could see. I'm not sticking to a specific poly limit per se. Okay, I do want this in that angle. Then we need to copy this one. Of course. We need to do this. Okay. So then we delete you. Remove. Then we remove these vertices. Remove. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? What's happening? Okay. More sleeping music. Okay, this is never gonna end. Don't you have some battle music? What about this? No, this is potentially even worse. What's this? Ah, Skyrim atmosphere. Morrowind to the rescue. Yes. That's a lot better. Do we really want to stretch this far? Maybe. I mean, we don't. We want to just reach that point. In time, this camera is going to truly, really annoy me. But not yet. We could detect the snow because there were. Yeah, we can have one here. It's not that bad after all. Okay. Like so. And then we take, if I can find the vertexes. Yes. And then we take this one and then move them. Yes. Okay. Okay guys, what do we think? Do we think this is good? Put something here. We could make a thin. I asked what people thought and then did check the stream. Pro strats. Look, some kind of observation point. Yep. Lord Arati asked for the aimed polygon count. That's a good question. Why isn't he here, guys? Not actually sure, honestly. I'll just see where it goes. Anti-idiot feature. Yeah, well, I was the idiot it was aimed at, so. Can we have a dozen? Pretty please. No, you get to have one, and one only. Though I might let you build multiple once you lose the first one. Maybe. But maybe not, because if you lose it, you are supposed to be kind of fucked, so. The scary thing is that this model might actually exceed all of Arati's polygons so far, and that's scary because that man goes very, very high and hard on the polygons. Scary prospect. Nope. I think we have that. That's annoying. Could make a rear part here. It's not thick enough. That's what she said. No. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to make this here, and then we're going to move these forward. I lied, we're not going to do that. We're going to select these and we're going to extrude them. You. No, wait, there's supposed to be a thing in the middle here. Doesn't matter. Yet. Unless we put that at an angle. Which we're not going to do yet. I think you forgot something, sir. Yes, thank you, I noticed. Symmetry run. Go to you. I'm going to attach you to here, and then we're going to copy your height coordinates, and then we're going to paste it in this one. What's this? That's the extra face I put in because of the extrusion. Okay. And now doing? Hang on, it's been a while since I built these observation pieces. Yes, I do, I think. I have them on the Kendosi, why don't I just check, simply? Alcohol, Kadalbe... No Kendosi? Where's the Kendosi? Ah yes, I saved it on the Mandalorian. So now we have to look for the Mandalorian Kendosi, of course. I thought I saved it as the consortium one, which means it's on top. Apparently I did not. Where's one of my 500 observation decks that I put on this thing? Here, let's see. Okay, so let's change that. Okay, so we have this here, we have that, we have this, which is that the issue? How do I fix that? We might be able to do it without, let's see. I'm not sure. Why is this not just all? If I just reset the X shape of this whole model and then turn it around, I wouldn't have to do all the axis flipping the whole time with the symmetry, but quite frankly, I'm too lazy to do that. This music, this specific track reminds me very much of the reminds me very much of the battle music that plays at Tatooine or Dantooine on Knights of the Old Republic 1. The battle music. When you're fighting cat hounds in the cat hounds. I think it was cat hounds instead of cat hounds. Cat hounds on the plains of Dantooine. Well, higher Republic count than Narati. Narati, yeah, just means you finally beat him at something, yeah. He said he was better in certain fields than you. Yes, I mean, have you seen the man's work? He's truly amazing. He's really good at what he does. I really admire his work. It's good stuff, guys. Okay, so we put this here. I'm not even sure if that fits because the rest of this place is entirely angular, and then we have this one piece in the middle, which does not at all look like that. Could actually make this one. We kind of lose the function of observation. I just invented that anyway, so who cares? But no, we're not going to do that. I can't just put polys in random places just because I want them to be there. That's a terrible. Okay, now to decide where to place this. Do I want it here? I think I want it here. Closer to the main thing. And now we get to decide what... I mean, we can keep this as it is, it's not bad. Maybe this part is kind of bad, but... This is sticking out like a sore thumb. Yeah, but it is to hide this. So we can also do that from this location. Wait, it does not stand out so much. How does that look? Nah. Maybe put it aside, shall we? We could just move things. It's not perfect, but we can keep this. Okay. We've spent far too much time on this already. We need to go to the top part, which I think, in fact, if I may, I'm just going to take you. I'm going to deselect all of you. I'm going to detach. Blah blah blah. Since we're going to be detaching it again anyway. I think we're just going to center everything. Not to worry, we're not going to leave it like this. These aren't duplicates. No, these are not duplicate edges. I was about to say. So, and then we do this, remove, and then we take you from, well, no idea, I mean, we're just testing. Currently, we're just testing. Put you up in here. This is just testing, guys. I'm obviously not going to keep this way. I just want to see how this looks. Okay, so what if we do the same thing? Only do this. Move it back. Now I want the top part to... Do we want the top part to hang over the bottom one? What's the reference say? What does the reference say? Let's see. The reference isn't saying shit, because this looks very different than what I have built here. This can go. Thanks, Kendozi. This whole part is way thick. Like, here it's just a small tower. And again, the detailing is also smaller. You can make the observation part on the top in the shape of the proper side of fronts. Hanging down from the top part like this. I do not know which part of this ship you're talking about. Can you clarify? Because you have a better idea than I have. Well, I don't have an idea, I just play around until I have something that I like. If you actually have a good idea, then I'd love to hear it. Which part of the ship do you mean? Where can I find this overhanging detail bit that you are talking about? the front of the bow. You mean like this piece here? That will show it. If it exists. This shows it. And that's when we're just not going to get the picture. Of course. Ah, thanks. Well, go on, load. I don't bite. Come on. Get to it. Alright, this one. This one loads, great. This one, and now it loads, fantastic. I swear, if you guys are now not loading, then fuck it. I get a different picture when I open the link. Possibly. Alright, we'll just look. Hey look, it worked. It's a miracle. Alright, so what am I looking for here? Actually, I might just be able to... Let's see. If I get that one there, I think that looks bad. We can put a couple of angles in there. Just like he has. In front of the missiles. Interesting that it has missiles, by the way. I am sure I saw that when I built the ship, but I just didn't implement them, because that would defeat the purpose of having a different heavy frigate than the Victory. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing much useful here. Yo, how's everyone doing today? Hey, Ghost. Welcome to the stream. Doing good. We just finished the bottom part of our superstructure here, and I'm trying to see if I can... what I'm going to do on top. I'm not sure yet. Preferably like something like this, only a lot smaller. Let's see, what's the best way to... Let me think for a moment, guys. Some delicious water. Ooh, that's rejuvenating. Damn. I'm gonna have myself some more. Oh, that is good. Alright. Let's see. Look how to describe it. It's an odd shape. How about this? It's the source of the picture. Yeah, but I still don't know what I'm looking for. Like, what do you mean? Like, at the very front of the ship? Like, this part here? I can't really... The point is that the Executor is so large that the front is so massive that basically half the ship... Actually, this... No, not the entire ship. Half the ship's front superstructure would fit into this hole. And it would stack like 8 times or something. Yeah, I mean, I could just put some fucking thing up there, like just a massive bar, and then just have one small stupid tower on top. That does technically work. Of course, it technically works. It doesn't even fucking matter. It's a 3D model. You can build it however you want it. Everything works technically. I'm not sure if it works aesthetically. That's the one I should be using. Great, it just made me thirsty. Getting a Rubin. Don't you live in America, man? It's like, isn't it like 6 in the morning or something? Let the top balls a bit. Oh, the top build isn't staying at all. The whole thing's going to be gone when I'm done with it. I'm just putting it there just to get an idea. I could just remove the bottom bolts as well. Nearly entirely just put a fucking tower on top. I could do that too. Let's see, it's getting a little hot in here. Hang on a second, guys. That's much better. And you shouldn't be able to hear that either. Okay. Where do we start? We start by deleting all of this. And you. And then apparently you. No, not you. If you guys can hear a fan, a ventilator, then please put it in chat and well, actually, fuck you, I need that ventilator. Sorry, guys. I'm keeping that on. Looks like I'm keeping the music on. Put this here. Oop, this one. Put this here. And now it works. Okay, beautiful. It's a miracle. I love that line in the movie. Okay, look, it's Mira back from the dead. It's a miracle. This can obviously be moved in front. Thanks, brain. This whole thing, I don't want to put the whole thing down, but I do need to do so. I'll fuck up this angle. Ah, just put it in later. I could just make it flat. 'Ah, see, no one noticed. Okay, so we do this, we then remove these vertices, along with an edge, and then we have this. Now, doesn't that look 10 times better? And then we take you, and then we turn it around, and then we cut the top and the bottom. Top and the bottom part of the top. I mean, like here, and then here. Oh, I love it when an idea comes together. I shouldn't say. I love it when I actually have an idea of what I can do for once. That's what I should say. Could even put it in the armor. Man, not sure if that's a good idea. Why is this? Why are we having these weird angles? Because 0.002 point difference. Well, guess what? Close enough for me. Okay. This here. Ooh, good music, guys. What is this? Prophecy fulfilled. Is your good stuff. What's that good stuff? That's probably too much. What if we do this and stretch to here? Now to the exact 5 point. Groovy. Now put this here. How does that look? No, I don't meant to hit that button. Go away, spacebar. I didn't need you there. Lot better. Then we can make it even. No, wait, we can't make it better because that gets rid of the elevation. Oh wait, we can still do that. What am I talking about? Take this, and we get you. That's the level up sound from Morrowind. I recognize that everywhere. Then we do this, and then we re-triangulate to get rid of the bugs. Yes, that worked. Yes, we can even put a tower here if we're feeling extra spicy, which we are, so we're going to try some. So, see you guys, that didn't work out so badly. Let's see. I could still have this. Camera angles. Camera angles in 3ds Max with objects of this size are nearly as bad as in Morrowind itself. Maybe too much, possibly too much, probably too much. Let's see. Is that too thick? The armor is thick. The very front of the ship is supposed to signal how incredibly long the ship is. The trick to doing that is making the detail really, really thin and small. If we then put the large object in the front, the very front of the ship, like so, that's going to detract from the overall feeling of size. Though having these stick out points does look bad, I think. Opinion. But then why don't we put another observation deck in front of that? I mean, it's a 19-kilometer long vessel, right? I mean, we can have multiple observation decks in front. Because screw centralization, right? This is where Alrati and Doki are like, you blame us for high polygons. What? That's good news. How many polygons found on this area? Oh look. That's way too much. Do you guys know what the great thing is about this Executor? Since it's going to take the full 50 command point cap, I have 50 command points worth of Imperial Star Destroyers, in Corvettes, and Victories, and Procrusaders, and Allegiances, and all these other ships. 50 command points worth of polies to play with. And since I am not going to put turrets on this ship, that means if my Annihilator runs without crashing, which it does with all of the turrets and the shadow meshes and all the other bullshit that it has, then that means that I can put basically however many polies I want on this Executor, and if I just have only one on the screen at the time, I'll be fine. Okay, and now to read the comments. Somebody scared me there. Somebody across this mind, beware people. Oh yes, many ideas go through my mind. I try a lot of them in the building. That's why I am so slow. I redo things like 3 times sometimes. There's some hissing, I think. Some ambient noise. Some ambient noise. Yeah, that's the whole white noise. That's because my mic is shit. It's the mic. Yep, it's the shitty mic. It's 6:15 currently where I live. I need a room. Well, sure, if you can drink at work, man, have fun, I guess. So I have to migrate then, yeah. I think you need to flatten the top for sure. Yeah. No difference between root beer and regular beer. I have no idea. Is that like alcohol free? I'm sorry, I haven't touched alcohol in months. I finally got off that. Because I think the larger scale turret would be placed in the bow. Oh, definitely. At least I've ordered a ship from the manufacturer. Oh my god, we got Morrowind soundtrack. I knew I recognized the music. Oh yes, I love the Elder Scrolls soundtrack. It's great. Also, Jared just leveled up a few minutes ago. Yeah, let's do that again. Actually, let's see if we can find that. Is it introduction or is it trans trial? Level up, guys. Spend new skill points. I think I'm actually quite happy with this, except maybe these angles. But I can't change the angles. Why can I not change the angles? Well, because I can't currently imagine a setting that looks better, but why not just try? Hell. There's infinite freedom here in this program. In this canvas. So why not try? Right, guys? Try that, and then we just remove these a little bit later on. For now I can just do this. Then we select you, we select you, and move you forward. Move you here. Later on. Yeah, I hate to say that I do think that looks better. But where do these come from? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cut my Joe. Oh, that's just... No, that is the correct one. Let's see, what do we do here? We have to delete you, we have to delete you. All of these. That's a shame. Now we have to somehow delete these vertices. That was to be expected. Let's see. What if we just select you, just and then we delete the vertices. I think that worked. Yes, wrong. We select you, we select you, we move you back. So you hit this. It would look better if I had the text this way. Alas. Delete you, delete you. And this is how one of my designs evolves over time. It often goes through many stages and variations and different stuff. Which means that we move this one back. How about this? Are we happy with this? doesn't have the scale. It doesn't say damn, I'm large. Why not? Excellent question. It's too high? Might be too high. In which case we just have to move the entire thing. Scale it like 75% height. And then we put it down to where it fits. That would fix the scale issue, but why not try? Right? Why not try? The whole thing, please. 75%. And then we do the same thing on top. How about that? I mean, it does look closer to this. Actually, does it? I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to full screen this, guys. Okay, I don't think it looks bad, I just don't think it looks good. Not with this massive flat part here. I could fix that. Just put some stuff. Why is... What? Why is there a whole bunch of shit here that we can't see? It's because that's attached. Okay, we can fix that later. Let's first focus on the task at hand, which is determining if we actually do or do not like this 75%. 25% flatter front detail. I'm thinking no. Okay. So we're back. Crisis averted. See, there isn't a whole bunch of shit. Wait, there still is a bunch of shit hidden in there. Why? How about this? Not that. How about this? Yes, but not a great amount. Can move this up and down. You. Moving here. And you. That looks god-awful. Yeah, but that doesn't matter because we can try. Let's not berate ourselves for trying stuff. It's bad. It's important to try stuff. Okay. Should probably do this on the other side, but I'll do symmetry it later. Do this. We have to draw the line somewhere. We have to draw the line. It's that massive block we put in the front, which we then put all the other stuff in front of. That's the line. We just have to obscure the line so that it's not visible. This is not good enough. Okay. That's not good enough. Into the rest. This. Not in this location. What about that location? Sure, try. Don't hope for too much though. Increase width. The entire thing. Yes. I'm not feeling it, man. It's not an issue. We can change parts that we don't like. Could just do this. Like just this. We just have one piece in front that will hide the entire thing. Also have a lot of wasted UVW space. Is that so? Sure. You can see once we see it. It's exactly how I would tell someone who's trying this for the first time not to do this. So how about we don't? You connect here. Take this. Take all of this. And I delete all of this. Like so. In here, and then we need that little piece here. Both pieces. I mean, this both looks the same. For now, there's no problem. A little bit less. Both of you know the rare always go. Satisfied? No. It's not good enough. Give me a little bit more space to work with. Have it. Have it. Put this whole thing back if we want. Those width. No, we want more space, not less space. More space. Okay? Gotcha. Sure. Interesting concept. Worth a try. Let's see what chat thinks. That's very good. I think Black Ops 1 had the best level up music. The guitarists were amazing. I think I did play Black Ops 1. I think that was the last Call of Duty I played. But I don't recall the level up song, I'm sorry. The G, root beer isn't exactly alcohol-free beer. They go through two completely different processes and have very different ingredients. I did not know that. I have heard that American beer is basically water compared to the beer we have over here in Europe, though. So no turrets, does that mean no turrets, or maybe some if you have polies to spend? I am 100% certain that I am not going to have polies to spend by the end of this starship. I'm thinking about turrets on the superstructure, of course. Just adds to the scale of the ship when you see those small turrets. Well, opinion me, and this is before I've built the ship, I don't think we're actually going to be able to see turrets once the ship is completed. Not that I'm not going to build them, but that... I mean, even if I do build them and I put them on the ship, which, well, I already have a whole bunch of turrets I could put on it, I think the ship is too large and that you're simply not going to see them. I'm thinking about superstructure. Right. Okay. I was thinking the other way around, having turrets on the armored sides and leave the superstructure without turrets. That would actually be the way I would go about it, if I am going to put turrets on it, which I am I think I'm 85% sure I'm not going to do so. There's always the 15%. I thought he was not going to allow turrets on it. Yeah, that was the plan. We're trying to convince. Well, the final poly count is going to be what's going to be convincing me to do so. Trust me, it's not going to be you guys. Not that I don't value your opinion, and I do listen to it, and I do occasionally ask for ideas, but I do make some executive decisions here and there, and this is going to be one of them. The armor didn't have turret mounts on them, so that's why I think sticking to the superstructure is better for the sake of canon. Well, the superstructure, or the armor, is going to look a lot more flat if we don't put turrets on it. There will be several elevated platforms, and they're not going to be random boxes added to it, like some other people do. For the sake of canon. Well, as you may have noticed before, if you have talked to me about canon on the Model B page, I really don't give a fuck about canon. I care about what I like. And that's what I make, and I put it up on the internet. And there are several people who also seem to like what I like, so if they like it, they can, well, enjoy it. And if they don't, well, I mean, there's plenty of other stuff out there. There's plenty of other executors. This is just going to be mine. I prefer to give up on the canon to have better gameplay experience. They can take a base guideline, you can modify it to make it work. That's pretty much exactly it. If I had read that comment before I said what I just said, I would have said, well, look, this guy has it. Not like an absolute thing. True, but I have a bad image in my mind when I see turrets and armor plating. Let's agree on this. Make the game version without and the version with turrets too. Well, who knows? I know I don't like it, that's why I love your Civil War, the canon thing. Well, as I said, we're just going to... We'll see. For now, let's get back to this, shall we? I have to decide on whether or not I like this size. Give me my Imperial Star Destroyer. Let's compare. No, fuck you. Where's my Titan? I want you to compare. What the? Okay, much better. Well, I think the Titan is making a very strong case, guys. I don't think I'm going to be able to argue with it. Because it sounds pretty good. Logical too. So here we go. There's nothing between here. Nope, there is not. Why did my F key stop working? Maybe it's one of those close 3ds Max things and restart it. Fixing that. Nah, not the whole stream. Just until it looks good enough. However long that is going to take. It will take. Thanks to the fund, I can now spend just as long on it as I deem necessary. I'll put that here. Let's do that instead. What the? No, thank you. I like my boxes. Please, stick to boxes. Thanks, please. I realize this might not make the most interesting viewing experience, but if you want to see how I work, this is how I work. That looks like an added box, not like a part of the superstructure. I realize that. I'm trying to fix it now. You're not going to be able to fix it with these dimensions, my friend. That does not work. I concur. Master Kenobi should go. So where do I integrate it? It can't stick out, but it can be integrated. That's simply doing what we just had. Move down here. We lower this. And we might even... Here we have the semi-dance Wii music again. No, I wanted to play the dance Wii music to compare that, but I just realized that very likely flag copyright. And I don't want to have another one of my streams where I have to download the VOD from Twitch manually. Wait, what? Download the VOD from Twitch manually and then have to compress it severely, which takes a long time, and then upload it again manually. This one, this is one. Okay. That's a dumb mistake I wouldn't have found otherwise. Isn't this just a continue? Doesn't matter. Can we actually get to what we were doing? Because we were busy and then you kind of stopped. Not to worry. We are still flying half a ship. But out of the whole thing, which part are we going to remove? That's going to make us able to lower this whole thing. Yeah, did you kind of fuck us there? No, not necessarily, because we have this angle piece. We can very easily just not do that with, okay. What if we do this? We could do it further if we pull this back. Sure. Just add an observation deck. That'll fix everything. 102 degrees. Not 81 and not 79. No. 80. Observation deck, guys. Observation decks. They solve so many problems. Where is this? Okay. And then we'll make a wider one. Wow. Well, there's more space now. So, that's a thing. You might even restart. You say that jokingly, but that happens. I know you don't like it, but that's okay. Well, the first time he redoes something from... Yep, it happens. Then again, just wait till he gets to the superstructure, oh boy. Yeah. Oh boy. No confusion. I was wondering, like, that seemed a little weird. Imagine working into work with a six-pack. I'd be sent home immediately. Be right back, going to eat something. Okay. Ooh, eat something. Should do that. I should do that. I still want that godforsaken tower, but I don't know where to put it. I can't put it up here because that looks bad. This is already too high. I can't... Why can't I put it up there? Because it contrasts too much. Why? Oh, fuck it. There's one there and one there. Okay. I've successfully convinced myself I can place a tower there. About that high. What's the tower consist of? A base, a backbone, and then a observation part. A base. Backbone. Is that too much? It is for this. Then we'll replace it. With something that suits our needs. Then we'll make this thicker. Put you in there. This will weld. So now it's attached. We remove these edges, then remove the vertices in between. Otherwise, we still get triangulation issues. Put this together into a somewhat circular shape. somewhat circular. Which means we want 90-degree angles. We then make this wider, so we get an actual circle-ish pattern about this. The same length as that, about, it doesn't have to be precise. And then we select all of these, minus the faces in between. And then we do this. No, we don't. Okay, so then we move this and then we try it again. See what happens. Not entirely what I was looking for. What's the rare one? Great. Much better. Okay, so then we can do that manually. You, and you. And we do you. We re-triangulate the entire thing. And we have an observation deck. That looks bad. What did they do here? They made it a little smaller. We can't make it much smaller. We can't make it a little bit smaller. We just put it on top. Soft. It has to be stretched somewhat to the front. We could do this. No, this looks... Come on, this looks like someone just copy fucking pasted it on. Alright, so this is what we want to do. We're going to try one more thing. And that has successfully shown me that this looks like shit. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to put a Star Destroyer here for comparison. Good. No, I want an Imperial. Okay. Yeah, I mean it does have the correct size. It just... I mean, that's about the size an observation deck would be. I could try to change location. It's not set in stone where it has to be. Way too clear. That too is, but... Okay, so the problem is that I'm trying to make this look like an observation deck. And if you look at this shit quality picture, this does not look like an observation deck. You can't actually see that it is one. So even if it is, we can't make it look like it. So we're going to make an observation deck that doesn't look like an observation deck. I fixed this issue on the Centurion? I did not. I made an observation bridge that looked like one. I wasn't particularly happy with it. Actually the small part. The observation spire will look a lot better if it is also angled at the front side. And after that add layers so you don't only see a giant hole. Yeah? I do agree. Let's do that. This on top here, which is supposed to be the base. To this, we handle this from this. I do think I like that better. Okay guys, it's time for different music again. But what, oh what to listen to? And what is not going to flag copyright music? You think video game soundtrack will not flag copyright? Let's see. I have an idea. Battle for Middle Earth soundtrack. 2. And I just want the not Lord of the Rings music. Now let's actually put it down to a level where it's not intrusive. I think that's this. Okay. I do agree this observation deck looks a lot better. The second one. No. How about it? Up here. You'd almost think that it shouldn't be the same one. There must be enough variety. Actually, I don't like this track. Now this one is great. small one there. You can put one on each side. Actually, it may be too thick to place one on each side. Not if we place them down there. Wrong axis. Acceptable, but what if we try the larger one instead, so you can actually see it when you're looking at it from the rear. We'll place it to the sides. God, I love this music so much. It's probably too loud, but it's just for this one track. I'll turn it down afterwards. What do we think about this, guys? Too much? Too many spires? Or in the Blind Forest? Yeah, I hear that soundtrack's great. As I said, I said yesterday, I haven't listened to it, but I do hear it's amazing. Was it? Degrees this much. I did not mention this degrees. It's logical that we don't. However, 77 seems to fit quite nicely. Wait a second. Is this Lord of the Rings music? No. Because if it is, it's going to flag copyright. And then I will have my video deleted again. Something I'm not a fan of course. Okay, does this make it look a little bit less monotonous? Yes, but not in a good way. I almost think it has to be lower, the whole thing. Or additionally, we just add another layer of one of these to it. We can try that. Alright, so I think that once I've added this to both the bottom and the top, because I will be adding it in both locations, I think it'll look a little better. I think it's slightly smaller. Even attach it from here and just go further. Take this and we stretch it. Not there. Let's see. Yeah, this to be smaller. This must be some Evil Faction soundtrack. Goblins? Spider Riders, yep, goblins. I'm not convinced this is better. What we can do is we delete you, and we actually add a symmetry to the whole thing anyway. And this is the problem I had with why I did not necessarily want to size up the greebling, because now there's a massive discrepancy between the detail level in this part and the detail level in this part. Wait, what? What is this? Did I insert another vertex somewhere? No. It detached the vertex. Strange. Okay. That just looks worse. Okay. I guess we're just going to keep it like this. Let's see what people say. You know, I'm constantly ragged on for listening to video game soundtrack by my family. Apparently I don't consider it to be true music. Well, bang a few pots together, and if you call it music, then technically it is music, so perhaps they don't have the mental capacity to understand such matters. They would rather listen to music by a big name band or something like that and constantly tell me to do the same. It's likely their own inadequacies that they're voicing here. It's not actually that they want you to listen to what they are listening to. They simply want themselves to listen to more exquisite tastes in music. Only maybe they can't, or they don't like that, and thus they're trying to make everyone else do the same. It's dragging everyone else down to their level, basically. And I don't mean that in an insulting way. Heresy, if everyone believed that, groups like Two Steps from Hell will not even exist. Yes, that would be a sad world. Which we also can't listen to, by the way, because that also flagged copyright. No one instance when my family's really pissed me off regarding the subject. My brother tried to throw away my new what? The problem here isn't that he necessarily. The problem is not that this was Two Steps from Hell. It was that someone in your family tried to throw away something that you owned. can move this back slightly. I think we should. And then we do this again. We can also make this whole thing smaller. You can go there. This can go here. Oh, that's enough. That's also enough. We can take this, put it back slightly, and now with the symmetry in. This should look pretty good. Better than it did anyway. Okay, it does. Now we take this, we symmetry this. Alright, I think we're done with the front, guys. Let's see. One, tighten half. Different angle, please. Yeah, no, let me try just one more thing. This needs to be there. What the hell is this? That's that. There's can go here. And then we do this, and then I'm going to take a break. Because I need one. Okay. I think I'm happy with this now. Okay, so I am going to take a break now. Is that music from BFB? Yes, this is the Battle for Middle-earth 2 soundtrack, which I have on right now. Anyway, as I said, I'm going to be taking a short break of, say, 15 minutes. And I will shortly be back, and then I'm going to start on... I think it's going to be the hangar that's going to go up next. That's going to be interesting. Anyway, thank you all for watching, and if you are enjoying yourselves, then stay in the channel, and I will be back in 15 minutes. I think we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's mute the music and see on stream if I'm actually back. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I am. Great. Oh, but I actually forgot to check if the music levels weren't too loud. Yes, I am. Great. Oh, but I actually forgot to check if the music levels weren't too loud. Yes, I am. Great. Okay, well, seems good enough. I might tone it down slightly. As good as the music is, I do like to be audible. Okay. Desktop. So, well, we have just finished the front. This entire part right here. Still not entirely happy with it, but I figured I'd be able to change that rather quickly, actually. By very simply adding a, let's see, that was 50, so it needs to be back at 50. Adding a few smaller bits here and there, so that the detail scale matches. At least in this area. I'm not going to be doing this across every part of the ship. I don't want to be able to actually hear the music. Because as much as I like modeling, music makes everything better. No, take you, take that, just like this. That's what we did. Button. Now we take you. We scale you down to 50%. And we put you up here. Let's see. Precisely if possible. So. And even though this functionally really didn't change much, if I now symmetry the whole thing and flip it, what you should be able to see is that if you look at the front, the detail level, which is very small here, now somewhat translates over to this area, since there are now these smaller bits in conjunction with the larger parts, and then the larger parts keep going and the smaller ones don't, but that doesn't matter because you're not going to have all of this on the screen at once and still able to see the small detail. Okay, so now that this is done, what we are now going to do is we are going to start on the hangar. Oh, wait, we already had a thing here. Trench detail. Executor, Superstar, Destroyer, Hangar. By the way, if the music is actually too loud right now, just tell me in chat and I'll change it. That is a good picture. That is a nice picture, but not what we're looking for. I expected to see far more pictures of this, actually. Executors for Star Destroyer. How about this? Ah. Now we are getting somewhere. Oh, that's the actual nice one, isn't it? Yep, that's the X-Wing Alliance one. Which is good, because they do have some very nice pictures of the hangar bay. The X-Wing Alliance does have a nice looking executive. It has to be said. One thing I never really liked about many depictions of the Executor is why suddenly the front had a whole bunch of yellow lights and then the rest all seems to be blue in this very strange, very bright blue hue. I always found that strange. Like, you wouldn't actually have this color of blue emanating from your starship windows, because you're not going to illuminate the inside of your starship with blue lights. At least not with this hue. It does look nice though, has to be said. I may take some ideas from this. Ooh. Now, that is a nice bridge. Very nice. Looks a lot more accurate than my Star Destroyer's bridges too. Maybe I should remake the bridge when I get to that point, to be more accurate. Oh, that was totally not where I wanted to look. Because my Star Destroyer bridge is inaccurate, technically. If you look at the dimensions of, for example, this, and then you look at the real model of a Star Destroyer bridge, you will notice that this one is not actually. It doesn't look as it's supposed to. This one is. Let's see, are there more interesting parts here before we head on to the hangar? Nah, not really. I think this one. It does look nice. Okay. Let's see, this guy has a good executor. No, that's not it. Executor, Star Destroyer, parts. There are several executors on DeviantArt, but there was one in particular which I really liked. Let's see if I can find it real quick. I think it might have been this. Where's that picture now? Did we lose it? Where is... Oh guys, I want the bloody artist page. Pictures. Can't I just... Okay, never mind. Just continue without it. Okay, so let's see. Do we have any more? I'm not going to use that one. No, alright, well, then this is it. This is what we have to work with. And these are, of course, artist renditions. We could, of course, go to the modelers page, which I should have saved somewhere. Evidently I did not. That's a shame. Can look for it later. Okay, so first the goal is going to be to get the general outline of the hangar. Right, so we're going to start with a simple plane stretching from the top to from the front to the back, and I'm going to move all this up so it's not in the way while I pan around the bottom with the camera. So we start with a box, which, well, we normally do. Hammer. I'm going to make this dark gray so that we can distinguish it from the rest of the ship. The armor, that is. We're going to do the same on the superstructure and the engines, but for now, we're here. So, let's put this in here, and then we're going to make this smaller. Okay, so this is going to be the top. How far in does the hangar go? That's an important piece of info. It does seem to be having quite a bit of a trench here. So if I were to say, take this, scale it down so it's somewhat parallel. I do this, select an edge, straighten it up. And then select this and I extrude. Let's see if I can make this a little bit more precise. I do kind of wonder. What is this ridge? Oh, is that on the bottom too? Apparently it is. Okay. So I take you, and I take you, I take you a little bit further back. Down, or up, rather. So, now take this edge and this edge, and we also move that into the armor. Take this and this. Make that fit a little back so you can. That fits. Well, this side fits. This one doesn't. So now we can select the top part. I want a little bit more real estate on this viewport. So now we have to ensure that there is at least a visible line here from this angle, which is say about him. Okay, so it's supposed to be closer to the armor edge. Why don't we just take this and stick to that? And then there are, of course, areas which are here and on the other side, which I'll get to that later. I'm first trying to get the outline correct of the sides. And after that, I'll fill in the rest. It's all going to be a separate object anyway, so it doesn't really matter if I do it now or later. Okay, so let's center the object. Object is centered, then we apply symmetry. I think this is slightly too high. I'm not sure. I might be incorrect. This is where having a scale model in 3ds Max for reference would really help. But alas. Why can't I see what's happening? Because it's happening. Side 2 should now function because this line is supposed to be parallel. And it does not. Why? That has to be found out first. This should run parallel to this line. I mean, it runs parallel. If that line runs parallel on this one, maybe it's too far away from the armor edge and therefore has a curvature? No, that doesn't make sense. I don't quite understand this. Maybe I'm focusing too much on this. Let's see. First the outline, then the details. First the outline, then the details. So here, here. I don't even need the top vertexes. Just need this one plane to be here. Okay, whole thing is flat. Whole thing is now centered. But it should be symmetried. Okay, correct. Now convert to editable poly, and now we continue. So first the outline. Are we really going to stick to this relatively small outline? It does seem to be accurate. Model magic. I think that's what you need. People, is it finished? Nah, it's not. He just started over. Yeah. No, this is not what I meant, but it does look nice, and I will be able to use this, I think. Ah, no clear picture of the... Yeah, well, clear picture of the thing. Here. I'd have preferred multiple angles. These are definitely clear pictures though, and that is very nice to have. Alright, so what are they doing here? What they are doing here is they have a clear inset in the armor, and then from the very armor line itself, which is going to be this one, they're moving the entire thing up, so this will be up, into a single plane, which would be the thing that I have now here. And they greeble the outside of it. I'm just thinking if I have a problem with that. Because I could just... yeah, but then it would have to be in the armor itself, and I do not want that. Thanks for the pictures, by the way. But there is a ridge here, like I can't do that, I think. What if we just move the outside around here from these edges? Move that down to where it's into the armor, so we have our ridge. Then we just greeble that from there. I think that works. But we first need to align this. Okay. I think I've got it, guys. So I'm now going to draw this outline along this this polygon, this face that I have just made. Connect. If there was a shortcut for this button, connect, that would be amazing, but oh wait, they can't do that. Zacht. Select all of these edges, copy the whole thing down. Magic. So now we get to decide another thing, which is this whole thing actually flat or not? Because if we... let's all just first put this up. Let's see if I can find this. I by definition of the geometry of the mesh? We can't, but we can get close. We'll just take you, take you, and since this line is parallel, it is supposed to just function. It won't, but it's supposed to. Where's this? There's this. Okay. So the problem with this I have, this looks a lot, this area here looks a lot higher than this area is. Which leads me to believe that this whole structure, or this polygon, let's see if I can just select the whole thing, is actually at an angle, like let's give it 1%, like so. But that doesn't work since the outsides, this is, well, I assume a straight line. It is here anyway. Let's see. Yeah, this seems to be a straight line. So how the hell did they do that? Oh, well, here you can see it isn't quite high. But if you look at the movie model, that is not what is represented. No, it wasn't exotic tofu's, but that is a good one. Also, hi Nico, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Ever released the models they used in the movie? Yes, they. Well, the models, as in the actual physical models, they're on display in some museum. But I already clicked that. Yeah, this is exotic tofu's one. This is what it would look like if I actually was going to put turtles on it. And I thought my greebling was overdue. Now, I've seen this before, it's just, I do like looking at it. I mean, it's a nice way of detailing. I mean, things like having these things stick out and then there's a rough end, it gives this very hostile look. Very alien. The point is, it also takes 100,000 polys to do it. Like, for example, this ridge here, that looks very nice. But each of those individual pieces are, let's see, if we assume it's a simple box, then there are 6 triangles in it. Which means every single one of those pieces is 6 triangles. What are we listening to? Land of the Highborn. I never liked that song. Ah, so that's what he's doing. He's slowly building the superstructure down, and then down, and then down, and then down, and then another down here, and then eventually it looks as if this isn't as high as it actually is. Because these are all stacking layers. That's most likely how I am going to have to do it too. interesting idea to have these trenches here. Not sure if I'll be copying, because I will not be able to fill it with sufficient detail to make it look like anything but just a gap. But, well, I mean I could, but that would take too much. I do have to consider the poly count somewhere, guys. I can't just go insane. What the fuck is this? We're gonna have another one of those? No, dark purple, okay. I was like, trumpets? What? No one likes surprise trumpets. Let's see. Get some other pictures. Old stuff that sucks. Not bad. Unless it was fishing for compliments, in which case, damn, that shit sucks. Let's see, is that all? Yep. Executor Bridge, ladies and gentlemen. With greebling everywhere. There's greebling everywhere. And in fact, it gets worse. Where's that picture that it gets worse? Hang on, there's a picture somewhere that shows that it gets considerably worse, the greebling. I think that one might be it, but I'm not sure. No, this is all not of Executor. Let's see. Ah yes, this is the picture. Let's first check the comments because I saw I had some. Welcome to the stream, guys. 1 to 2 million polys to be more accurate. Yeah, that's a little bit too much, I think, for me. Quadrillion Doki polys. Yeah. Yeah, 9 million, and then he did a casual like 9.9 or 8.9 million poly reduction and baked it into a like 100,000 poly mesh. I was like, oh, that's a casual like almost 9 million poly reduction. Oh, just plain and simple. You're a wizard. Well, thank you. Those aren't my models, by the way. This, what I just showed here, this is someone else's. I'm still working on mine. Mine is only here. Sorry. Mine will be finished sometime. I mean, we just finished this part, but... Thanks, anyway. I don't think that Empire at War can handle this. It does. Well, on Doggy's Coast, it's case. Hello, Geronimo, first time catching your stream. Well, welcome, Paladin. Hope you enjoy yourselves here. After the Executor is eventually done, will you work on the Imperium Ultra Star Destroyer? I think not, good sir. The 5,000 Patreon milestone. Yeah. I should set a milestone for 500,000 or 500,000. Fuck. 5,000. Yeah, 5. Milestone 500,000 euros a month. I'll overhaul any part of the game you want. I'll learn programming and I'll overhaul the engine. 500,000 euros a month? Hell yeah. Yeah. Well, you fit in the map. Ilza has his hands full. Yeah. Hey, Coffee. Welcome. Welcome back. Krona tried to make the Imperium, it will probably take him a year. I would probably just cut so many corners in places that it would take just as long as the Executor. Only it would just... there would be no game engine capable of running it. By the way, for the first few hours of the stream, this is what we did. We built this front. There were... oh god damn, the camera. There were several times when it was redone. Because I did not like it. How it looked. And this eventually came out. I tried to merge the superstructure here. Going slowly into a more instead of curved, diagonal into a more straight superstructure. I gave it several of these observation bridges, 2 more in front. Yeah, there's a lot more work in this than what it looks like. If you stare into this, yeah, I'd probably lose myself. So this is Exotic Tofu's SSD. I'm going to try to load the picture. The picture is massive. I have tried it before. This is the power of copy pasting, guys. That's what you're seeing here. It's so large I can't even fit the picture on the screen. Like, I don't even know where I'm at. Okay, so this is the command tower, and we're in front of the command tower, and this must be the overlapping bridge area. So if we go down into this ravine, we just see a cliff, a sheer fucking cliff of superstructure. It's like someone opened a window. And then we just get up, right. And that was just this area. There's all of this. What model is this? That's Exotic Tofu's Executor. I'll link you to it. In my mind, that's a lot of people. Yeah, definitely. Observation bridges are very nice touches. Did you think to add sort of a tractor beam generator? Because the normal ISD has a pursuit tractor in front part of the trench. No, I didn't, but I mean, what can't you say that a random building functions like that, right? So, try making a generic Executor, Vader's flagship, or some amalgamation, thank you. For all the best references. Well, I'm generally just putting together what I think looks good, honestly. That's mostly what I do with all of my models. So far, I think it looks good enough, somewhat. I mean, this still is not... No, I'm not going to spend more time on that. I have to keep going. I can't keep adding stuff. Why is this not? Oh, that's because I still had the angle on. I was like, wait, why is this line not parallel? For the Night Hammer. I don't actually know what I changed on the Night Hammer, honestly. I mean, I think the Night Hammer had a cloaking device? Maybe. It would basically just be an Executor only with a cloak, right? I mean, there wouldn't be any difference in the model itself. I'm sorry about my squeaking chair, by the way. I wish it were different, but we all have wishes, right? Okay, so what we're going to try to do here is we're going to put most of the detailing here on the sides. And then we're slowly going to build a bunch of superstructure in here. That's going to, if you look at it from this angle, it's going to build down and down and down and down until we eventually reach this part here. And then it's going to look as if this edge, oh, fuck, I said edge, as if this edge is right over here. Well, I guess I'll include this one. As if it's right over here. But just an illusion because of the tick, 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 tick staircase shaped superstructure. English is difficult, guys. I know. I'm trying. Shiny cone of black paint. Well, I could give that to this too. Night Hammer had no cloak. Oh, sorry. Well, trust me, it's bad enough. which is a variant that atlas crew due to automated processes and stealth-like minerals. No bonus. Okay. I could probably copy what they did here. I mean, one thing has got to be the same across every single reference, and that's the middle. There is a middle superstructure. There is a middle trench. Well, not trench, but what's the opposite of a trench? Extrusion? That's how I like to call it, you know? An elevated platform, but it's not a platform. It's an... It is an elevated... I don't know, guys. Now on Zinch's Executor, that was just a well-disguised bomb. Wait, they blew up an Executor class? What? That sounds like a terrible waste of cash. Project Scarlac. I don't know what Project Scarlac is. I'll Google that. Isn't that just a prototype Superstar Destroyer or something? By a strike force. How fucking huge does your strike force have to be to take out a 12-kilometer long Superstar Destroyer above Bias? Isn't that an Imperial like main world? Like the Imperial propaganda home world or something? How the hell do you attack that? Like what kind of massive fleet do you need in order to mount such an assault? From the remains. What? How fucking many of these Executor classes have there been? I'm sorry, but I believe I read somewhere that the Executor itself almost bankrupted the Empire. Seeing like 10 more of these Executors floating around really sounds... Well, it sounds like someone tried to fill in some plot holes somewhere and did a very poor job of it by just inventing a couple of Superstar Destroyers out of nothing. Bias is one of the main Empire-affiliated worlds. Yes, I mean if you're going to mount an assault on an Imperial main world, then you're going to encounter the main Imperial fleet. Like, how do you even attack that? And then on top of that, you are attacking one of the Empire's most powerful battleships? I mean, I wasn't aware the Rebellion had such a tremendous fleet to mount such an assault. There were around a dozen Executor-class ships. How to best work this. It seems like these are all random spin-off Star Wars games, which happen to have included some Executor classes, which were just randomly blown up at points, or some badly written book or some shit. Several others. executive Lushenko repercussion. Well, I'm just going to bury that information because that seems really dumb. Not that I think you guys are dumb, but whoever thought that up, I don't think was really thinking straight. Again, not your guys' fault. Okay, so we're going to have a representation of that main. Actually, we could start here or something. And then have it connected by parts. Nah, no. Guys, 40 minutes. This mix is good, but maybe it's just this track that sucks. Oh, this already sounds better. You can go, you can go, you can go, you can delete. According to the rebel intelligence. Command hours wage from squad. Well, I can't open that file. In the months after the events of Endor, the New Republic, the successor of the government to the Alliance, destroyed 5 superstar destroyers. 5 of them. Guys, I thought the rebellion was a tag band of rebels who just managed to pull all their resources together and then create the fleet that then attacked the second Death Star. I wasn't aware they actually had like 10,000 frigates or 1,000 capital ships needed to actually blow up 5 Executor class superstar destroyers. That sounds a little bit made up. And not entirely canon. And destroyed 5 and captured 3. The only known superstar destroyer, and so the only known Executor class to remain in Imperial hands was Grand Admiral Ray Sloan's flagship Ravager, which also served as a base for Fleet Admiral Gallius Rex. Might consider becoming a patron, but only with the incentive that you'll make a denomination for the Executor with the aiming flights into the bridge. How possible is that? That is possible. That is actually possible. Will I do it? I don't know. That's a lot of work. Oh yeah, the Ravagers in the list. Just Google Executor Bridge. That's the new search. There's also the new Eclipse. New Eclipse. What new Eclipse? I'm just seeing the old one. What are we talking about, guys? That's a link. But don't know what it looks like. This comes the Emperor's flagship. Let's see. Infinity already sent a ship ahead to dreadnought the Emperor's space. Really? Let's see. 19 kilometers, 13 engines, over 5,000 turbo. I think I know this ship class, guys. I think I can recognize it. The Imperial Star Destroyer that serves as flagship. How do you discover? Aren't you an Imperial Admiral? Yes. How do you discover a secret flagship? A flagship. Do you know the point of a flagship? It's to lead the fleet. A flagship isn't a secret vessel somewhere. No. It's the pride and joy of the entire Navy. Yeah, that's right. Discovered. There are some serious plot holes in the Star Wars universe, guys, and I don't enjoy any of them. This is mostly why I don't enjoy the general stories behind Star Wars. I just enjoy the military vehicles and such. I don't actually enjoy these stories because they're generally so full of shit that like, this is the Eclipse, right? I think this was, let's see, what was the destruction again, the official? Ah yeah, the Emperor conjured a massive force storm and then lost control over it, and it then destroyed his flagship. I mean, who writes shit like this? God. Let's see. Cannons once discovered evidence had not been destroyed. That's still dumb. That's, even if it didn't die in this force storm, which is complete and utter bullshit, by the way, that's still, you don't just vanquish with, do you know the logistics behind a super star destroyer? You can't just hide that. You can't just hide a starship like that. Not in any form of space, because you need to keep contact with the rest of the fleet, even if it's just for logistics purposes. Anyway. I think he might be hinting towards... Let's just say that logic is not Star Wars' strong point. I think he might be hinting towards the next Star Wars movie where the Eclipse might be the next one. Right. Is this the same thing? Yes. To me it seems like the Eclipse is just another Executor, but not like the Pro. As the Eclipse makes it into the movies, I'm gonna... Well, no, because they're gonna blow it up in the same movie, and so it's not going to feel threatening at all. Just like they did with Stargate Base. That's my ship. Only if it doesn't blow it... Hey, look, just... That's like you guessing what I was gonna say for the, like, third time this stream. This might be a special modification. Honestly, at this point, I'm just in it for the space balance. I mean, Rogue One did have a pretty good space balance, let's be honest. The Emperor lost control. Undertaker number 1. This seems like some happy-go-merry around the campfire story of Kumbaya, where we all hold hands and then magic happens. This sounds so incredibly dumb. Not what you're saying, but the story itself. The story is... Let's just send 2 people to destroy probably one of the mightiest military pieces of hardware to have ever existed, and 2 people magically managed to do it. It's so ridiculous that, like, this is why people cannot take this universe seriously. This is why I cannot take this universe seriously. Well, if you watch the Battlefront 2 trailer, there's a very little Star Destroyer. Sure, I haven't seen. I'm not old, probably. Next. Ship with bullshit that's anything for a super weapon. It doesn't look like they're resurgent. Ships are cool, stories ridiculous. I agree with that. Logic was never a Star Wars forte. I agree with that too. Did destroy full sword. Yeah, but it didn't feel like anything large. Like they literally said fire, then they fired a shotgun buckshot blast, which happened to hit a few planets, and that's it. There was no urgency. There was no feeling of, oh shit, some massive star system that was important just blew. No, just a miscellaneous star system was plucked from nowhere. And then they said, alright, well, for dramatic effects, we're gonna add this nice red filter over this whole thing, and then we're just gonna blow them up. And there was no feeling of importance to any of that happening. Don't really get me started with the Sun Crusher. So clerical error. I'm just guessing. Well, sorry. Well, I think some trigger up Star Wars from what into information. City content doesn't get in this executor. Star Wars and the stories with an X mark. Well, that theory is one of the most fun things to ever happen. That I will admit. The Darth Sith Lord Jar Jar. That was funny. I had a great time reading that theory. Losing or distracting you. Well, it's fun to hang out, right? Needs to play too well. Yeah. Stand up because you try to save her. Do you have any idea? Yeah, but you're not making this up, so I should not redirect this to you. I should redirect this to whoever wrote the story. But that still sounds incredibly dumb. Like, I'm sorry, but there's just no other way I can put that. And feel free to enjoy the stories and so. I think someone competent needs to rewrite all of this shit. Let's just say that I'm not surprised that they tossed out canon, because this sort of shit was in it. But I haven't seen them replace it with anything competent just yet, so. It was the system where the New Republic stationed their home fleet. Well, you didn't get to see that. That was never mentioned anywhere in the movie until after it was destroyed. When the Starkiller base fired and it destroyed all those planets, you never had the feeling that there was any importance to it. There was just a weapons test that might have as well hit a bloody moon somewhere, like the 24th moon of fucking Jupiter. It was so unimportant. You didn't feel like anything of importance was happening, and it completely drained the moment of any feeling of urgency or horror or whatever they tried to implement. It was just a Hitler speech and then the weapons test, and the planet they might have as well not shown the planet's destruction, because that scene was completely wasted time. Whatever they called it. Hoping the next Star Wars film movie after Solo isn't joking. See, we can't even remember the name of the star system. That's how unimportant it was. Honestly, episode 7 really did not set up the new era. No, I mean, it could have been way worse, okay? The new movie, episode 7 could have been way worse than it was, and I appreciated that they took the chance to bring out these new characters and not go with some massive Darth Vader rip-off, but instead showed this really vulnerable teenager who was in a really vulnerable period in his life, who was clearly trying to deal with himself and the rest of the world around him, while trying to be something he knew that he cannot be. I like that they went that route instead of a Darth Vader ripoff. I appreciated that, but what I did not appreciate is the overall storyline and the way they handled there's no bearing on what has happened in the past. Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy. Never played that. Yeah, but as I said, you have no point of reference. We don't know how large of a part of the fleet that was. We don't know why that... We don't even know what that fleet was. Whatever. Just throws more questions. Even the speech was bad. Like, I can on stream right now give a better Hitler speech in English than General Hux did in that movie. I'm not going to do that, but I could. Was bad indeed, and of course, well, I don't necessarily think it was bad. It wasn't bad, it could have been way worse. But I did not get out of that movie everything that I could have had out of it. Had it been filmed completely differently. And edited completely differently. Be careful not to choke on your aspirations. I didn't actually mind that line. You know, I'm gonna commit some blasphemy here, people, and I'm going to say that I don't actually think James Earl Jones, the voice of Darth Vader, was fit to do that voice in that movie. I would have rather had a different person, I don't care who sounded more like the original Darth Vader, because there's a lot of people on the internet who do Darth Vader impressions really well. I would have rather had one of those people do... Fuck off, music. I would have rather had one of these people do a proper Darth Vader voice than the movie trying to pay homage to the original trilogy by having James Earl Jones do it, because I don't think he sounded as good as he should have. And I think it detracted from the movie, even though they did put the homage in there. That's a shame, because I actually really enjoyed Rogue One for what it was. You actually got to see some war in Star Wars. And that's something we did not get out of Episode 7. Fuck, at some point there was even a kid screaming in the street while everything was blowing up around it. I was like, I was in the theater, I was thinking, whoa, we are actually getting a little bit of war here. Like, this is starting to look more like Saving Private Ryan, and I absolutely love that. Of course, they're never going to go as gritty as that with entrails flying around, but I secretly hope they will, because that would actually make us take Star Wars seriously for once. We simply needed to see some Finalizer class Star Destroyers fight Republic ships. Well, I do think that that would have added something to the movie, if done properly. Majority of the fleet was in the system, so now their fleet is probably roughly the size of the First Orders. Yeah, but we don't know that because they didn't show any of that. There was no setup, it was just thrown in your face, and without the setup it did not have the weight that it should have. Those actions did not carry any weight to them. Blowing up the fleet? No one cares, and no one cared, and still no one cares. And when I'm going into episode 8, I'm still going to have no clue about the size of any fleet, and if they're now going to pull a, well, our fleet is now so much smaller than the First Orders, then I'm going to be like, well, you should have set that up better. Saying the Empire's fleet was at Endor. Well, I mean, not to harp on the original trilogy too much, but we didn't get to see any of the Imperial fleet at Endor either. Not fight anyway. And we didn't get any mention of any other fleets either. Episode better not become another Empire Strikes Back. Just, if they make it more like Rogue One, I'll be so much happier. Dude, you are not in the minority at all. Well, possibly. I'm just speaking my mind. This is all personal opinion me, guys. All my personal opinion. Chad Vader. Yeah, well, hey. I also thought Darth Vader sounded off. Yeah, I appreciate that they did the homage, but honestly, I'd have much rather just had a good sounding Darth Vader. Though that final scene with Darth Vader did make up for any problem I had with the rest of the movie. Hot damn, I was so hyped when I saw that. I was like, oh. Like we had a dark hallway, and then it was like, oh, why is it gonna happen? Do you hear him stepping, and you hear him breathing, and you're like, oh, it's gonna happen, and he ignites his lightsaber, and you're like, yes. And throughout the rest of the scene, it's even harder. Yes, so good, so good. I love that part. Explained it away because he just got out back to tank. That's actually not a bad in-lore explanation. See if they bring back thing. Who knows? Back to tank fucks you well. Yeah, it adds like 60 years, am I right? Back to tanks. Never again, kids. Don't do back to tanks, kids. I want more. Rogue One was great. I want more Star Wars movies like it. I love that. Simply because it was for once we had a Star Wars movie that was not all wishy-washy and that actually seemed grounded in some reality-based universe. Like, with actual people doing actual people things. And military directors being jealous of their superiors who are going off with credit that were for work that they did. I mean, it wasn't without its gripes. Of course, you can nitpick all day, but I do think I enjoyed Rogue One significantly more than I did Episode 7. Yoda's gonna pop out of nowhere at the beginning of Episode 8 and be like, some bitches, I'm not dead. Yeah. Yeah. Somewhat. Alright. That was a fun conversation. We have done nothing in the meanwhile on the ship. And once I stop streaming, I don't know when it's going to be. But I would like to be able to say that I did more than just this. So I'll try to get some more stuff done for you guys. Now, who was that guy that said he was considering becoming a patron if I make an A-Wing animation? It's like, you better be going for the 50 or more tier there, because I'm not making a Death Clone animation for anything less. Because goddamn, that is a lot of work. Might not seem like it, but Death Clones are a significant amount of work. And having an A-Wing spin in place a little bit and then crash into a bridge with a timed explosion connected to it, that's not a lot of work. But the resulting Executor flip and shit that it's going to have to do to represent what it did in at Endor, that is going to take significant amounts of work. Especially with all the explosions. Timed explosions really are the bane of your existence if you make a Death Clone. They can look great if done well, but they take a lot of time. I haven't seen that clip, Joe. If I became 100 sub, would you have the Executor crash into the side of the Death Star? Well, I don't have a Death Star. But I can make it blow up at one point. And by the way, don't forget, Patreon is a monthly thing. I mean, of course, you can go away at any time. You can just, at any point, you can say, well, I'm done supporting this guy, I'm off. But I actually had meant to set up Patreon as a somewhat of a more reliable income stream than just regular donations. So it's not a small amount of money either. And well, for me, it's a very significant amount of money. I'm a poor student. No, poor student. I mean, I did just receive a lot of money to build an Executor, but that money's not going to last forever. As me, who's still in his studies, that is a significant amount of money. Speaking of death clones, you're making some of the ships that don't have your custom death clones. I think the only one currently that doesn't have one is the Allegiance. Let's see, is there more? The Venator, no, the Venator does have a custom death clone. Which ships don't actually have custom death clones, guys? I don't actually know. But yes, if you were to become a 100 sub, I would absolutely make a A-wing crash into the bridge thing. Actually, that's probably a popular thing. I could probably... whatever, we'll see. Could have to import an egg. Yeah, start having to fly in from off screen or some shit. Oh, that would be funny. I still don't know how the hell I'm gonna do this. I don't actually know what ships do or don't have death clones at this point, guys. I think the Allegiance class Star Destroyer doesn't have one right now. Let's see how we're gonna make this. It's not even visible here. There's This is such a terrible angle to show this ship from. My god. Way better. Can't see an angle from any of these pictures. It's good. You still can't see that piece there. Okay. Well, I think I'm just gonna have to make some shit up. If people supporting you as much as they have the Executor, would you make the Death Star? I assume you mean for Empire at War. There's a problem with the Death Star. And that is that it is a Death Star. And that presents two sub-problems to the problem it is a Death Star. Namely, 1, the Death Star is massive, and 2, the Death Star has a lot of firepower. Which means that A, I'm not going to be able to make a Executor in the proper scale because it just doesn't fit not on the map or outside of the map, not in the galaxy model of star fields that it's around because it's so large. That's like problem 1. And problem 2, which is the firepower, is that the only way I was ever going to make a Death Star is if... Here, I'm going to sketch it for you, okay? So, this is the map. Let's get it. Okay. So here we have a map, okay? Actually, the map is more like this. Okay? So here we have a map. This is a pretty large map, alright? The largest map that we can make is probably somewhere on this length. Somewhere. The Death Star. Yeah, sphere. The Death Star will probably be something like this, right? I mean, I can't make that. It's just... The only way I was ever going to be able to make a Death Star is if I don't actually make a Death Star, but I'm just going to make a... Let's also just, while we're doing this, for problem examples, okay? Sphere. There's a sphere. If you are on the map, in-game, in space, you're actually inside a large sphere, too, actually. Flip. Let's delete one side so that I can... Did I not say flip? No. Okay, so this is the map. This thing outside that you're seeing, this sphere, that's the galaxy. It's a massive spherical model which has a starfield texture over it. That is the galaxy that you see. There is another slightly smaller one in between, and that one is the nebula that you see. There's different nebula textures that you can have, and that's what you display over the starfield. In most of my mods maps, actually all of them right now, you don't see a nebula, you only see a starfield, which is the galaxy map, like the Milky Way one. So if you want a Death Star, or any object in Empire at War, you're going to have to fit it inside of the galaxy, right? So if we have this Death Star, that's going to be a problem, because, well, I mean, this might look as if it fits, but this is not practical in any way, right? Even though it technically might fit, actually it might fit. Yeah, but that doesn't really... Yeah, but it could fit. What's the Death Star size? No, I just... Comedian, I can have it. Okay. Death Star and Death Star 2. Death Star both. Whatever. 160. Now that's just number 1. Where's the Death Star 2? Death Star 2. It's very difficult to find the Death Star. Okay, so apparently the Death Star 2 doesn't exist anymore, so we're just gonna go with 160. Let's see, Executor is 19, so that's... say 20 for good measure, so it's 8. No, it's not. Is it 8 behind each other? 20 kilometers times 8, yeah, well that does actually make it. Oh, who knows. So it's just 20 Executors, so this is probably more like this then. Yeah. Okay, so maybe it could fit, okay? This isn't exactly to scale, of course, but it's probably smaller. Technically, maybe the Death Star could fit. But even if it could fit, that it still wouldn't really matter. Because you can't do anything with this. You can't fire at it, because it's outside of the map. This is probably the largest map you can ever make. This is a standard map. No? This. As in, you cannot target it. You can't... It has no play value in-game. Because you can't do anything with the Death Star, even if you were to make it to scale. That's if you were to make it like that. The only way I would ever make a Death Star, if I would ever make a Death Star, which I'm not going to do, but, you know, for shits and giggles, let's say, is I would make a very large sphere, probably larger. I would fill the whole thing with random greebling, and make it slightly under the map, so you can... So your starships will fly over the map part of the Death Star, and on the map part of the Death Star, which is just everything on the map, I will place random things like turbo lasers, and laser cannons, and I don't even know if it had missile launchers, but I'll add some missile launchers, so that you can then individually target each part of the Death Star, and it'll count as a unit, so that if you eventually destroy all the pieces, and I might even like put a random like reactor or something to represent like a reactor or something, or a trench, whatever. Something thematic to the Death Star, okay? Put something nice there. And so then when you destroy the whole thing, technically the Death Star blows up, right? That's how I would make the Death Star if I was ever going to make one. And that also has the problem that you can't use the super laser. And no one wants a Death Star without using a super laser. So no one wants to see that. Though this is the way to build a Death Star, if it were to ever happen. But because you will not be able to use the super laser, because I can't just... I could make a dish, yeah, but then it would have to still... Like, if this is the dish, then the laser would like fire here, and then it would suddenly fire down. That makes no sense. Even though I could make this like a part of the dish here, you still couldn't use the super laser. Would you like the Death Star? What was this? Ah, right. Well, I'm not going to watch this if you don't mind. As a good example. And two normal hangars on both sides of the battle. Okay. I'm ready to have this match spectrum. Skybox, I think it's 200 DST. Okay. When joining over the you might just actually... Look, I am able to make one, it's just that it's highly impractical to do so. Oh, what the hell just happened here? I was looking while taking shit. Why is a Death Star here? I have to fit the Death Star in the flood model. Well, no, there wouldn't be a planet model. There would just be the Death Star. As soon as the Death Star is in a battle, it would just be hyperspacing in the middle of the map, as I just explained. Like, it would have this size, but you'd only be able to like fight everything in the map size, and that's what you'd be fighting. There wouldn't be a planet, you would just be fighting over the Death Star, call it in low orbit. Like, you just have your ships floating over the Death Star while the Death Star's lasers all around fire at you. That's what would happen. Let's do some theorying. Yep. Okay, so two questions, since it has to be... I'll get to those first. I first want to get through this comment line. Do not scare me like that. Trying to demonstrate why G won't create a Death Star. I missed the time when the Death Star 2 was 900. That's quite large. That's a little too much. A little too mitchy. Nope, considering DSS 3 reactors. Although... Stream begging muted. Well, there is a noise gate, so when I'm not talking, it deactivates the mic. I'll just put the mic closer if it's not, if I'm not audible enough, and it shuts down at random times when it shouldn't. This should be better. Okay, so two questions. Since it has to be in that red sphere, I'm guessing you can't have the Death Star be off in the distance. No. Well, you could, only we'd have to make a smaller one. For example, we just have to make it this size and be it here. That way you still get to see the Death Star if you hover in one side, and And you technically can still have the super laser target the ship, but then you just have a Death Star sitting in the distance that literally is doing nothing. Like, it's just sitting there shooting a super laser and nothing else. Where's the rest? Yeah. How feasible would it be to have a map that takes place inside the Death Star? You mean inside the reactor? Well, then I'd ask, how did you get all these capital ships inside the Death Star reactor? That's possible, but that doesn't make any sense to me. So that I won't likely do, because I do, if I build something, I do have to fully support the idea of it, because I can't make things that I don't personally agree with, like. So we wouldn't do that. The Earth is 12,000 kilometers. Well, 12,000 kilometers compared to 9. I mean, I don't know. Are there moons of 900 kilometers in diameter? Maybe. I don't know. My astronomy isn't up to snuff, I am afraid. Just go look at Jupiter. Jupiter has like, I think it was 64 moons. Just go look at the largest, and if that is of roughly that size, it's probably possible. Completely improbable to build it out of metal and stuff, but you could build it out of an existing moon, technically. Well, that brings its own conflict. Whatever. We're not going to think about that right now, because we'll be going down a rabbit hole of which I can talk about for hours. Much more connection. My office doesn't have the best reception. The Death Star had a huge Death Star hang to carry its own fleet. No, the Executor is 19 kilometers, or 19,000 meters. Anyway, that was theory crafting about Death Stars. The Death Star. In fact, I'll do you one better. Do you know how the Earth's core is liquid? Do you know what it consists of? Liquid rock and liquid metal. I think primarily iron. Do you know why it is liquid iron and liquid rock? Because the pressure exerted upon the core is so huge because of its own gravity that there is so much pressure that it builds so much heat that it melts. So when you try to build a Death Star that large, you're going to have to consider that there is not going to be an inside. There cannot be an inside. There cannot be enough mass to create its own gravitational field, or well, a strong enough gravitational field, because the pressure exerted inwards is going to be so massive that you're going to liquidize your own core. It's actually physically impossible. But if we're going into the physics of Star Wars, we'll be talking for a long time indeed. Just know that it's not physically possible. I must commit separate. No, don't do so. You're a great member of the community. Don't do that. I guess if the Lady X Christ into it. That should have actually done way more damage than it did, I think. Anyway. Ganymede is Jupiter's largest moon and a little over 5,000 kilometers in diameter. Okay. Just the star could made him like a day if it took a star force. I use only the sphere. Well, I'd remake it from scratch. Absolutely. If there are 1 and 2 crashing into each other at hyperspace, how devastating do you guys think the explosion would be? Look up gamma ray burst on YouTube. Considering it uses hypermatter and antimatter, it would be... Guys. A nuclear device, such as for example a uranium or plutonium based nuclear bomb, has a mass to energy conversion rate of less than 1%. Less than 1%. I'm sure we all know the equation E is mc squared. What we might not know is what it actually means. What it means is that E, the energy, total energy, equals the mass that is converted into energy times c squared. And c squared is the speed of light in meters per second squared. That is a huge number. So the energy that's going to be released, it's also a set number. So it means that the energy released is based purely on the amount of matter that is transferred from matter to energy. With a conversion rate of less than 1%, a nuclear bomb still works and is devastating, alright? I hope we all got that. Antimatter works per the same equation. It is simply E is mc squared, the mass of antimatter converted to energy, right? Times, and then it's per with the coefficient c squared times of light, speed of light in meters per second squared. Huge number. Only antimatter, when it reacts with matter, it has a 100% conversion rate. I'll let that sink in and I'll say it again. It is a 100% conversion rate. Which means that at any time antimatter comes into contact with matter, and there needn't be a catalyst. When antimatter comes into contact with matter, it automatically annihilates because they both go away. They both annihilate each other. So there's technically twice as much matter whenever there's antimatter involved. So when antimatter annihilates, which is what that is called, when antimatter hits normal matter, you get a 100% conversion rate of matter to energy. And nuclear devices work with less than 1%. That might give you an idea of how incredible the forces and energies are when working with antimatter. Sorry, I went a little bit off topic there. And hypermatter is just sci-fi bullshit. Sorry. If the Death Star 1 and 2 crash into each other, right? Considering the collision between two stations. Quite a spectacle. Space is quite interesting frontier. Imagine we discovered faster than light travel in this century. Well, I mean, the king of science kind of says fuck you whenever you try to go faster than light. There isn't enough energy in the entire universe, over the entire lifespan of the universe, to propel one electron faster than light speed. Two faster than light speed. So the king of science, who is Einstein by the way, will just say, fuck you, you can't do so. No matter what you try. You cannot propel matter faster than light. Now there are ways around this. You can technically make the way in which you are going, the direction, you can make that come to you at half the speed of light, which is just propel all the speed through which you would have to go to get from point A to point B. You can propel all that matter towards you at half the speed of light, and you could propel yourself at half the speed of light, and technically you will be going through relative to that space which you would have to go through. Relative to that, you would go as fast as light, technically. Though from a larger perspective, from an outside observer, you are only going half the speed of light, and that is the only way to go around the rule. Because as it turns out, the king of science always wins. And that's currently what everyone is running into. That's the problem that everyone who does space travel is running into, whether it be NASA or SpaceX or whatever. The king of science is a jerk, and he does not let us go faster than light. Sorry guys, I needed a sip of water. Colonize the moon? Well, I fucking well hope so. I don't want to live in a world where we are not going to colonize the moon in the next 83 years. Yeah. Alien ruins on Mars. Would be interesting. Normally, when I look at something, I'm like, we can do this and we can do that, and then eventually it'll work. It'll look like something. Like you start with a basic shape like this, and then I think, okay, so now we can start adding this, and we can start adding that to it, and then eventually, once all of that is done, and with a lot of polishing, love this music by the way, then it's going to look like whatever it's intended to look like. But when I look at this hangar, I have no idea what to add. Like, what's the next step? The Executor Build stream. More like the talk about the Death Star and antimatter and physics and shit live stream. Yeah. Oh wait, this whole thing isn't clear. Okay. Exterminate those smoothing groups. Why don't we just start it with some dumb shit, right? Well, that's what I did on the Titan and it worked. Somewhat. After I redid it 3 times, it worked. Oh, am I hearing thunder? Oh, yes. I love thunder. I love bad weather in general, actually. Let's see, this whole thing's fun. Oh, we're even getting flashes. Well, that's a start. Add more techie bits. Yeah. Scientifically correct term only. Exactly. POD need some editing for anyone actually wanting to learn something. Oh, if you think I'm gonna edit these like 4.5 hour long thoughts, then no. No, bro. That's not going to happen. Nah. No. Absolutely not, no. You see. If you think I have the time in the day for all these things, then nah. Zero fucks given. I do agree with the techie bit part, though. There does need to be more techie bits. Why is there a train? Why is there a thing in the middle? It might look... more flashes. It might look nice, but how about we just don't? We do what we did on the Titan, it'll be a lot better, and we make them to the sides. Lots of talky fun though. No, I'm enjoying it though. I'm enjoying it. Certainly. I hope you guys are too. I'm going to drop in and out because of my internet connection. Well, Sour Ghost. You could almost say you're ghosting in and out of the stream. Yeah. Houston with the first rectangle. I repeat, we have the first rectangle. And she's gone. Evolving. Evolving indeed. Hopefully into something that's going to eventually resemble a Super Star Destroyer. We don't yet know, but we're going to try, Jackson. Or Houston, or Cape Canaveral, or whatever. I don't know, Space Command is in Houston, I think. That's a problem. Not necessarily. Not yet. Again. Now this is not a duplicate, right? Next time that I feel the need to spend money on my computer, which is probably going to be never, because I'm a cheap fuck and I'm a poor student, I'm probably going to get myself a wider screen. And I also have to get a new graphics card, because this one is not going to display 4K. Which means that the amount of money I would need is going to go up again. So that probably means it's never going to happen. I didn't just do that. Ah! No, I don't know. Yes. Okay, so what are people saying? Okay guys, trying to find a better picture of the underside of the Executor when I found... Right, yes, I've seen that one. It's, don't really know what it is, honestly. It seems designed by someone who doesn't really understand Star Wars. You can't just put TIE fighters next to it and then say, it's Star Wars, guys. Because if you know anything about Star Wars, you know that this looks way too practical and realistic to be an actual Star Destroyer. Well, I say practical, but it doesn't look practical at all. But the actual implementation of it would be even less practical. Look at the Conqueror. Okay. So right now I'm just going to be trying some random shit, which in this case means stacking layers, to see if I can get something that's vaguely resembles what I'm going for. This is the part of the build where I don't actually know what I'm doing. One part of the build. I should clarify before I run into more of those later, which I likely will. I mean, the engine section is going to be quite something. What? I should import a TIE fighter or something to see what size this is actually going to be. Conqueror is still more practical than that. I might actually agree with that. What are you gonna click on? Wow, I mean, the elegance, the majesty, the detailing, the tread, look at that front, oh, the trench detailing, and then the superstructure, oh man, that bridge, oh, I know mine isn't entirely accurate, but damn, that has to be the most, like that is the epitome, the apex, the pinnacle of Star Destroyer bridge design. Truly, Paladin Warren, you are the man with the references. Next Superstar Destroyer, I'm going to be coming to you for the references, sir. Now we just lost a viewer from that. Someone actually left because of that. I think that's funny. I think it might help if you drop the cannon and build angles. What? Like, drop the entire hangar design? Like the entire cutout? What? I don't think I'm going to be doing that. Interesting idea, and I do like unorthodox ideas. In fact, I've incorporated quite a few in previous builds. So if you do have more of these ideas, please do keep them coming. I like to read them and I like to think about them, because as I said, I like to try a lot of different things, but I do think that one I'm not going to implement. Just add an open hangar. Oh, you mean just open and just fill it with the rear? There's not that much space in the front and the rear as well. Okay. I think that Star Destroyers normally... Wait, what? Oh, I didn't import the hangar. I was like, wait, what? Titan is a bad example, and the rest doesn't have a hangar anymore, so never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I don't understand what you mean with an open hangar. Or you might even be able to hear the rain coming through the mic. I do love me some rain, guys. We're lucky it's even gonna start to thunder again. Anyway. Okay, I'm currently completely visionless, running on nothing but my own thoughts. Well, I could add this and maybe it would look good, and that's not the way I can roll. That's always bad. Like, nothing good ever comes from that. So I'm gonna let this whole thing rest for now, and I'm gonna stick to something else. Like this. Or that. That's the problem, there are no smaller pieces anymore that I can do. Like, I finished the front, trench is done, then there's the massive hangar, the even more massive hangar, engine section, and then there's the even larger superstructure. I mean, I could start adding details to this, and there are, of course, still the cutout parts, but I don't want to get to them yet until I've completed this shit. Check one of the hangars. I know what Fractal SSD's hangars looks like. Which one do you mean? Because I still don't know what this means. But I'm open to ideas. I really am. From the wiki company. Maybe right. Normal hangars for large dock ships and Sire 3. Filled it to the brim with dark fires. Now that's an idea to make the game crash for police. Overload. Fractal Sponge Superstar. I mean, I could just import Fractal Sponge's Executor because he did build one, and I do have it. Wow. Ooh, I love this one. I think I might actually open Fractal Sponge's Superstar Destroyer. If I can remember where I put it. Was it in here? I know, but it must be one of the largest files I have. Restart there, no. Space. It must be the really old shit. That's Fractal Sponge's Imperial Star Destroyer. This is Fractal Sponge's Imperial Star Destroyer, guys. If we remove the lights, which I think we have to go to the ons, or what's the rest? Ah, the floodlights, yes. And then we have the other omnis. These are cameras, they can also go. Let's put that in perspective. A realistic perspective. Let's see, we have to delete all the omnis for us to get the actual 3ds Max lighting back. There's a bunch of trench omnis. Ah, here we go. Have you guys ever wanted to see a Fractal Sponge's Imperial Star Destroyer? Ah, fuck this perspective view, I'll do it on orthographic. Some very nice octuple turbo lasers. Lots of places to put turrets. All these small places are supposed to represent lasers. I was wondering why this wasn't showing up properly. Good. His bridge? Even his bridge has lasers. Rear anchor. Engine section. engine section is about half the police of Errati's Star Destroyer's engine section. Dishes. Lots of gribbling in the trench. That is all. Death Star Mark III? No, I'm fairly sure you didn't see that. If you did, you'll have to point me to it though, because I want to see that shit too. What's this? Nah, it's just... What I found interesting about Fractal Star Destroyer is that all of the hull plating is actually just an individual mesh. And if you wonder if this actually exports to .alo to be used in the game, yes it does. That's not what we're looking for. Don't save. Nope, reset. I'm looking for the Super Star Destroyer. I don't think this is it. Hey, this might be my old Executor. Why is this so small, guys? Wow, this is actually very fucking small. Hey, look, it is my old Executor. I found it, guys. That's funny. I was looking for Fractal Sponge's Executor. Instead, I found my own. Let's have a look and see, shall we? I did build one. This is mine. Got fairly far, too. Hangar section, empty. This looks so much worse than my current one. But this one does have superstructure and the other one doesn't. I specifically recall having so many observation decks here. Like this. Oh, right, actually, let's turn off view. Like this here. Is a very, very large observation deck. All of these are towers. We're supposed to be. These are more towers with observation decks. More observation decks. Observation deck. Not sure what these are. Probably shield generators or something. And one back here, and I made a bunch of stuff here. Looks very industrial. That was supposed to be how it was going to look. Bridge tower is very high up. Engines, whole bunch of greebling. This is what I considered to be good greebling a couple of years back. And now I cringe. So yeah, this is my old Executor, as far as I got with it. Don't think the superstructure is necessarily terrible. I like the combination of the towers. I'm going to make the entire Executor from scratch. The new one. Yeah, I probably showed you that, indeed. Probably a long time ago. I might actually show you guys my Sovereign too. Don't check. Maybe. It's pretty bad. But I do like it. Should be somewhere there. What's this? What's that? Ooh, the thunder is good. I like that. This is a pretty bad attempt at a Sovereign I made a very long time. This is not my best work. Spire. Actually, we could do it, but we'd have to do it in 20. So did that go up? This was really bad. This was from a long time ago. Reset, don't save. I'm still looking for fractal sponges, exactly. That was mine. The mandatory 3, yeah. This is the old Executor. The Sith Harbinger. Shame that was never finished. Maybe it's somewhere here. I did have a part called random internet shit somewhere. But I don't recall where. Scenes? Might have been scenes. What the hell is this? What the fuck? Oh wait, this is Evil Jedi Star Destroyer. I was like, what? Never mind. The Imperial Carrier. I'm not even sure if I still have it. It's not here. Text. SSD. Oh, yeah, look, it's the vanilla Executor, guys. Okay, so apparently I do not have fractals superstars too. What the fuck? What? Looks extra thick. Thanks. I suppose. Explain. Does it? That's not right. I don't get it. Not sure if I understand what you mean. Sure, that Star Wars Rebels ISD It's octopus. Ah, that's pretty bad. I'm fairly sure that I'm just gonna check out Fractal Sponge's Executor and then likely going to quit for today, guys. Oh, Evil Jedi is a modeler who built a lot of Star Wars ships a long time ago. He was the original guy that made models that everyone could use in the Empire at War community, and as a result, many mods that wanted to add new ships, such as the massive Absolute Enhancement, and Absolute Corruption mods for Empire at War, Vanilla, and Forces of Corruption respectively, used a lot of his starships. That was his Imperial Star Destroyer, only the importer messed up the import so it looks terrible. Five 50,000 kilobytes. The epic music is fitting for this. Here we go. This is not the correct side. Where's the top? There's the top. This should be top. This should be left. This should be front. Let's first rotate it. Okay. We're going to turn everything grey. Now we're going to check the poly count to see if my PC won't explode. 100, 1,000, 10,000, or it's a casual 6,500,000. At least we can do that. Now this is a lot thinner. God damn. Maybe I just retrofitted something. Always possible. This is one of Fractal Sponge's very early works. Like, this is very old. Very old. You can see it in the trench detailing. Doesn't have any rhyme or reason, it's just boxes stacked. It's definitely not one of Fractal's best works, if you ask me, but then again, this was made like, how long ago? Let's see. Fractal Sponge, this was made, wow, 15 years ago. So let's not judge the man based on this. One thing he does have is he has optical turbo lasers everywhere on the ship. A lot. So what he did is he just stacked plates. He created a bunch of towers like these. I have studied this before, by the way. He just built a bunch of general structures and he just filled them with all of these panels everywhere, and a bunch of these rosters on top. Bit of miscellaneous stuff like this. That's mostly what this whole thing is. And then let's see if we can find the bridge. I like this forward elevated area. I think that's cool. And there it is. The bridge. The tower. Whole bunch of detail to the side of the arm. How much blasphemy am I committing if I merge my Superstar Destroyer with his to see how cough cough accurate mine is? This is blasphemy. Apparently the PC thought so too. Because that did not import properly. Well, I only need the outline. Interesting. So this looks more like this. Wow, that doesn't look right to me. Aside from the fact that the import completely fucked up. Just give your executor a ton of options. That's not going to happen. Shows that you see others. We need an exterminatus that Holy Mother, your executor is using. Slimmer version more. What do you guys think? Well, honestly, if you want my actual opinion, I think this is inaccurate. And I absolutely love Fractal and his work. And if I may criticize him for one thing, is that I'm not sure if this executor is actually accurate. But we can find that by reference. This is Fractal Sponges. This might be the movie model, but I'm not sure. If it is, then this one is inaccurate. Which means, well, Fractal Sponges is inaccurate. This. You can already see that this should be thicker and this should be wider, which automatically means that this whole thing should be like this. Yeah. That's a lot of weapons. I can't even see the bloody structure through all of this crap. But I can nicely see what the hell he did here to make it look as good as he did. And that's what I was looking for. So let's see what he did. So the whole thing is basically an empty plane with indeed one structure running along the middle, only this one is very thin. It's also very flat. There's one small area here to break up the monotony, and from the side it looks very good. Let's see. And then he literally just fills it with plates to hide what it actually looks like. And then he fills this with more boxes. Oh, he actually did that. Oh, that's not a bad idea. So he has a single large outcut, which is about... actually hits there precisely. And then a small elevated structure here, which then leads into another elevated structure here, which leads into the hundred thousands of boxes he's got stacked. All of this. This is just endless boxes stacked. Not bad, just not really usable. I do like a superstructure though. I think that's great. I should delete mine, yeah. This is feeling like blasphemy. What did he do with his front? Ah. Nothing. Okay. That's simple. It's mostly just this. I should render a picture of this and then upload it to Motobi. Hey guys, I finished the Executor. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sending me the reference. Yeah, it is a bunch of stacked boxes. Das ist true. I just don't think I can do it in Empire at War. I like the idea of having a small intrusion from the center of the hangar, small vision, it's traffic control. Yeah? No, I absolutely agree. I like that too. I like the very slight points. Yeah, that's also what I'm gonna do here. In fact, I'm gonna, well, not copy this exactly, of course, but I think I'm going to copy this idea. Very small thing here in front, which just runs all along here, and then the small area here, which then turns into this part. Not sure if I want to mimic? Yeah, mimic this angle, but and the engines I'm confident I can do. I still like the superstructure, even if I literally can't see the structure anymore through all of the stacked panels. That's just shitty then. If we put it like this and we wait a second for the ambient occlusion to render, that's actually very shitty render. Please give me another one from a different angle. Okay, now I can see it. Actually, I still can't see it more clearly. One. I wonder if he modeled the A-wing too much. I don't think he did. Doesn't matter. Okay, well, that was fractals. Yeah, we can do that. Actually, yes, we do, if we're going to use the percentages to do it. Always just the slides, the incorrect angle. Now we also have to do this rather precisely. First, a little bit of this. Okay. It was a little larger, not that much. This isn't that right? Apparently it is. No. And why? Because of the why? Listen. You want to have a flat computer. And why wasn't it flat? Whatever, doesn't matter, it's fine. Put there, that's still there. Maybe it should be higher, but I can change that later. Alright guys, I think I'm gonna call it a day there. Getting a little tired. I'm gonna head off, guys. Yeah. Oh, goodbye, building. Thanks for hanging out. Don't there's any use to you. There's some executions. So this is the Lego? Yeah, this is the Lego one. Thanks, but this isn't useful. This is the Lego. As much as I appreciate myself some Legos. GG. Time to make some more. Yeah. I'm going to make a quick picture of this. Like so. And this time I'm going to set the scale correctly. The perspective. No, because we aren't in perspective yet. Now we're in perspective. 90 degrees. Just like yesterday, I'm going to upload a picture of our progress from today. To multi-B, so I'm going to start Photoshop. This is way larger than it needs to be. And then hopefully a good picture from the camera's never gonna let me get a picture. But maybe. And then I want another one of the top. Close enough. JPEG. Okay, so with 2, and then we are going to MonDB. Sadly, not the top of something. So we'll just have it here. Well, this random fucking guy. Really? I don't know who he is, but he keeps asking stuff. Random stuff. That isn't relevant. Just to ask stuff. And I don't know why. Are people so deprived of attention that they search for it here? Executor Day 2 Progress. Let's see, what was the previous description? This was it. How do you write that word? Wednesday or some stupid thing like that? Wednesday with one S. Wednesday, 12th of July. CEST. Oh wait, it didn't actually link the thing. So you get to go over here. Then I click this, and this, and save the image. Second data finish. Second day of stream. Okay, so the picture is up. Progress on the Executor of the second day of streaming. You can catch the VOD and the next live stream over at this next stream. Thank you all for watching. I'll be on again on Wednesday, the 12th of July at 12 CST. And this should link to the World Cup event has passed. Well, you'll still be able to see what the hell this is. Yeah, that's it actually. Thing updated, progress report. So, well, that was it, guys. Let's turn down the music. Okay. Save the file. Close 3ds Max. Gonna do a last look at chat before I leave. On the side of the aft, yeah. Going to head off. Users any use SEG SSD. My current SSD was based on a Lego model. This is true. My current ISD was indeed based on a Lego model. A Lego MOC build. Well, have a good day then, and let the ideas flow through you. Oh yes. Well, right now they're a little bit done, but that's partially because I'm streaming. If I wasn't streaming, I'd be able to go for a bit longer, I think, but hey. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed yourselves hanging out in the stream, and I'll be on Discord later. And yeah, for now, I hope to see you at the next live stream, which will be the 12th of July, which is Wednesday, same time. So, yes, then we will be continuing on the hangar. I will be trying, well, I likely won't be able to finish it, but I love you too, Emperor. You're a good guy. Yeah, I am going to try to make some serious progress on the hangar, and well, for now I'm done, and see you guys later. Have a nice day. Bye bye.